Have you ever wondered why you always want more? More Mondays without an alarm. More first tones. More whiffs of the salty sea and the countrified country. More smiles for the camera. More unexpected friends. More laughing at life. More enjoying the journey. And what if the answer was never really what, but where? Gran Canaria. So much to live for.
Welcome to Centurion Ultra Running Store. I'm here at our shop just outside of Wheathampstead near St Albans. We've got our in-person store here and you can come and visit us once a month. We open for coffee, for chats, for guided runs. We often have a guided run during the day and for all your trail, ultra and mountain running needs. Welcome back.
winner of the 2024. An amazing performance.
She's gonna be facing the finish line of the Gran Canaria Classic.
I can't put into words. Stand through the cattle guard and towards the finish line for 2024 champion.
Oh, hello there. Welcome back to the Gran Canaria World Trail Majors South Downs 800. We're going live again with some exciting action coming our way. We've actually got a quick update from the women's race. Kat Simpson has extended her lead. We reckon she's about an hour ahead now, and she's putting on a bit of a masterclass in pacing at this point. The next 5 women are within 18 minutes. So the battle for the top 5, the top 3, really on. And Andrea Preis of Switzerland has come into 6th place, and she has really caught up with the people behind her, ahead of her, not behind her. You can't catch up with people behind you. We're up at Pearl Beacon, as you can see. There's a big beacon thing. I don't think that's the one, is it? It might be that way. But we're on top of the quintessential South Downs kind of terrain here. Rolling hills. We're up on this side of us. We've got the sea. All right, so there's a nice wind still. It's coming from behind us still. It's chilly. We had the t-shirt on for the last one. We're back in jackets again. The runners have got the wind behind them. So now we're up here at Pearl Beacon. We are, I think, about 85 miles in. I should check that. I did check it a minute ago and I've forgotten. But we're not far from the finish now. And we've got Dan Lawson has taken the lead. I think the last time we spoke, he wasn't in the lead. He was, Pete Windross was. And Pete Windross was looking absolutely fantastic when we saw him earlier. And we did ask the question, does Pete think the finish is over that next hill? Pete's still going really strong. He's in 3rd position. And Hugh Tibbs, the man who done the Backyard Ultra earlier this year and was 2nd, and has got the 2:37 marathon PB, is having absolute blinder of a race, and he's in 2nd. He's about 8 minutes behind Dan at the last checkpoint down here at Southeast. And it looks like, from watching the tracker, that Dan is making time on every uphill. The little man, as we said, like a lizard, just floats up hills. And Hugh is catching up a little bit on the downhills. Hugh's had a pacer with him. So every single gate, and I know you thought at the start I was going crazy talking about gates, but every single gate is a little benefit to the guy with the pacer. Because if that gate's being opened, it's taken out a few seconds each time. But at this checkpoint now, we know that Dan is going to be picking up a pacer. And if that if those gates start making a difference. I spoke to Mark Perkins, who holds the course record, and it's safe for another year, Mark Perkins' record. His 14:03 is safe, and those 3 minutes key. He actually thought he was on 15-hour pace until he got to the finish. He told me he'd been on holiday beforehand, and his watch hadn't swapped back, so he was surprised he'd run 14:03. But he said actually his wife Sarah Perkins was pacing him on that one, and he was going so well she couldn't keep up and open the gates in the second half pacing, and it was her fault. He wasn't under 14 hours. So Mark, if you're listening, it's your own fault, mate. Don't blame other people. Learn how the gates work and get through them quicker. But hopefully this race doesn't come down to gates. But it's close enough. 8 minutes from Dan in first to Hugh in second. Pete is close on his heels behind and still moving well. And our top 5 men are all within 25 minutes. So the race is on. We've still got plenty of running to go. And hopefully we'll see them coming. But beforehand, we've got a treat for you. Because we brought a man all the way from Gran Canaria. Carlos, come over to us. This is Carlos Torrent. He's one of the race director for the Trans Gran Canaria.
Hey, hello.
We said you were going to bring the weather. So is this the similar weather to Gran Canaria?
Well, it's not bad, eh?
Yeah.
I just put my coat on for the first time in the afternoon, so not that bad.
Did you have to unpack special winter clothes that you thought you'd put away for the?
No. I think it's probably colder in Gran Canaria in certain parts of the island than what is here, and I think you've probably experienced it there.
Yeah, it does get cold higher up. It's just we're not too high here, but it's chilly. How have you found the day? How was your experience at the South Downs Waving?
Good. I think it's really authentic. It's a very different kind of race. You have to live it. You have to see it to find out. But yeah, it's been really cool. Great atmosphere. I think the community here is fantastic. And yeah, we have an eye here and an eye in Switzerland also with the Swiss Canyon Trail at second place today as well. So 2 races in the same weekend. We have to divide our team, but yeah, we are very excited. Yeah. Did you battle to come to the South Downs? Yeah, it was from day one. I said, okay, I'm going to Winchester.
Yeah.
I like to drive in the English way.
On the other side, I really enjoyed the roundabouts. It's been good.
The first thing after leaving the airport was a roundabout, and it was fantastic.
Have you been following the Swiss Canyons results at all? Have you seen how's the racing there been? I haven't had a chance.
Really, really excited. Like here, like the men's leader group, it was a lot of changes between the first, second, third. Finally, Miguel Arsenio, the Portuguese runner, got the victory, and Marianne Hogan, it was more or less expected that she would win in the female race, but yeah, also 2 Spanish runners in the podium, in the male podium, with Alex Toda and Abel Carretero. So yeah, it's been quite a weekend.
Yeah, that's brilliant. The level of Spanish and Portuguese runners, it's the depth everywhere, even like the French and the Italian. You go over to Europe, and the depth of runners of a really high standard that would hopefully some of them are going to come over here and see the coverage from today and thinking, okay, look, I've done Swiss Canyons, I've conquered that. You know what? I fancied a little bit more running, less hiking. I wanted some cheddar cheese and some roundabouts, and they come over and see us next. Do you think you could see yourself running on the South Downs one day?
Well, if it's a shorter version, I heard that maybe we're going to have something shorter in the future.
Maybe. We've got the 50 mile as well. We have the 50 mile, and actually one of my athletes I coach, Julia, she's got the course record. She was out. She raced over the 100k. She ran 7:25 for 100k on the road recently, and she's run this one in 6:47. So kind of like not too dissimilar to road running at that point. Her times are a bit shorter, but she absolutely loves this kind of. Yeah, we get a lot of those runners that kind of excel on more runnable terrain. Yeah. Cool. Right. Is there anything of the English cuisine? Have you tried any fish and chips or anything like that yet?
No, I've had pizza. And I had salmon.
Maybe if you get down to the sea. Oh, maybe because there would be a chance. Maybe afterwards. I'll take you there. Maybe tomorrow.
Good restaurants in Eastbourne.
Yeah, Brighton's maybe got some better restaurants. Eastbourne's got some good restaurants, but it's a traditional fried chips and fried fish. I don't know how it will be with your pilot, but like I miss it living overseas, so maybe it's worth trying.
I don't know if I believe you.
That's good. It's good. See if we can see any runners coming. We put back. So Dan, so coming into South is the second half of this course. There's a lot of downhill into the checkpoints, and then a climb out, and then another descent over. You get some of this runnable terrain like this, where, and this is why we say to people at the start, if you're conservative, the first part of this race, it's not like where some races, the final sections, you're hiking up, you're running down, and nothing's too high energy. The hiking's hard, but you're hiking it, and the downhill where you just let gravity do the work. Whereas this terrain here, if you're low on energy, you still got to run this, and it's that same kind of false flat that we show where Cat was running. And you'll see if you get on this section here, if someone's walking, it's not a big climb, but it is a big climb after 80 miles. And I've said to a lot of people that the first 80 miles are easy, and then the race begins. And you definitely, if you have some of those, like you've got Peter and you've got Hugh chasing. Dan lost the 50 miler. He was in first place at this point in the 50 miler. It wasn't until he got onto the final bit of road that he lost it. So he'll have that fresh in his mind, hopefully thinking this isn't going to happen. But he's got a pacer coming now as well. And it was very bad.
The rest of the pack of the leaders have pacers?
Some do. Jez had a pacer. Peter doesn't. And then, yes, the guy in fourth, Matt, he's got his crew here. They're pacing as well. We could get them over and ask them questions.
Yeah, that's a thing that I also like, that it's not usual in Spain, in France, in this kind of countries to have races with pacers.
I think a lot of
the
influence for James initially comes from American races. He'd been out to Leadville, to Western States, and a few of those before he came over, and that's why there's quite a focus on the community around each checkpoint as well. There's always he wanted it to be races that you could run without crew, because it's fully supported the whole way. But then, yeah, the pacers. It's funny. Sometimes people have said to me, oh, it feels like it's a bit. You're not doing it under your own steam, but a pacer doesn't. They don't carry you, but they give you kind of energy as well. It's quite nice to. I was chatting to Dan's pace just before, and she said, "What should I do? Should I run a certain pace? Should I?" I said, "No, just make him smile." And if he's smiling and if he keeps going, someone like Dan is a fierce competitor. He doesn't need you to shout at him and keep you going and set a pace. He can do that. You just got to make sure he doesn't. But sometimes we see an error with some of the pacers. And I made this mistake quite a few years ago, 10 years ago now, 11. They get in the pace and the pacer's got fresh legs and they're excited and they set off and they do 5 miles. And 5 miles feels easy. And suddenly you go, hold on, I've got 10 more to go. And the pacer's like, well, I think I need to get my training in. See if I see him. I think there's still keep a little more to go. I did some pacing at Western States for Hayden Hawks. And I've been out there twice. And I coach Hayden. I went out there the first time, did 38 miles, and it's brilliant. Like, it's great when you're running, you see in the course. I can't get an interest running.
It's allowed in the second half of the race.
Yeah, from 62 miles from Forest Hill, and it's like super runnable. It's kind of a lot of this stuff, but hotter, and the risk of bears. So like that's kind of. There's no bears up here. Again, we did warn the viewers the risk of cows, but you've passed most of the cows at this point.
Lots of crows.
Crows as well, yeah. I don't think the crows are aggressive. If you've got fish and chips, one thing, if you do get fish and chips to watch out for is the seagulls. If you get good seagulls, we get real aggressive ones here. Like some of them do carry little knives, and like, they will take your food and just fly off. There's some good videos of people enjoying their food getting stolen on the seafront here. But they're massive as well. But like, yeah, pacing out there the second time, and that's why it's hard as a pacer. I've been here as a pacer like maybe 8-9 years ago. And I turned up at it was like 11, 12 at night, and I was at 70 miles, so just a bit further back. I was all ready for a 30-mile run. And I got there, my runner come up and he went, "Hey, Robbie." And he did this for the next 2 hours, just stood there going, it's like, what? Nothing was happening. And I had to just sit in a car like with this man making that noise for 2 hours. And I was like, I'm going to go, Jim. Is it all right if I go? And I then found someone who didn't have a pacer, and I went with them. Jim was making that noise in his car.
But you wanted to pay someone.
I wanted to run, yeah. Like I had that last year at Western States. I wanted to run. I was like, I tapered a little bit. I was worried about getting dropped. But we had that. He was chatting to Matt, who's in fourth. His I think his partner. I guess that. She's just done one of the races up in Snowdonia. And she's a bit worried about pacing. I might get dropped. And I think it's the greatest gift you can give a runner. If you can drop your pacer, you feel brilliant. You're like, well, I must be. They can't keep up with me, and they just started. So I always tell people to just pretend it's a little bit harder. Like if you're running up the hill and you're like, oh, you're walking a little bit, and I could walk at this pace. You have to pretend to keep running and then go. And if you ham it up a little bit, the runner's thinking, whoa, I must be really good.
You have the perfect pacer strategy.
Yeah. You got to play the mind games. And you can't tell them. And afterwards, they're like,
But now that they are discovering.
maybe afterwards, but at that point, like at this point, normally they're tired enough that they forget it all. Mrs. James said he'd be here by now. Come on, where's Dan? There's some people over there. That could be one of them. I could be him there. So I look on the tracker. For those who haven't been, like you maybe just been watching us all day and just coming in every 2 hours, right? That's your remit. It's normally just my mum. But the tracking system we have, the open tracking, you can see exactly where people are within a couple of minutes. So hopefully I can see. There's Dan. Oh no, he's gone backwards. So we're here. How far away is Dan? And we can see you get like a good OS map as well. So if you're good at looking at your contours, he is just over a mile away from us. Just before the next, but that one, well, what time did they come through there? Well, that was a minute ago. So maybe is who we can see? It might have been actually. Yeah. So Dan, we think Dan is, it is Dan. He's just in that kind of drop in below. So we've got this bump here, and we're going to see him rising up as the sun. It's going to look wonderful. Like it's like almost like we timed it. So we got here this time. And then the person behind, we've got Hugh Tibbs. He is, I reckon it's about a mile. Maybe a little bit more. He was 8 minutes at Southeast. And then behind Hugh, we've got Pete. He's climbing up as well. And Matt is just getting into Southeast. Let him know. He could be here. Let him know. No, they'll be ready. I was talking to her about caffeine. She said, I'll have the caffeine when he gets here. So no, you need to eat the caffeine an hour beforehand. And then your body gets to peak levels. You don't want to have the caffeine and then start off and then it's only kicks in when you get to finish. Because then you're not going to sleep. So you've got to like time it beforehand.
And what about the women? I know that you updated before, but
yeah, so Kat's got a solid lead of an hour now. We think she's really moving well. She said when we spoke to her, she said a little bit about her dog. She thought she'd seen her dog. I'm not sure if she did or not. But she's eating's been okay. I've crewed Kat at the European 24-hour Championship. So she has a lot of different gels, but also some baby food sometimes. It's straight, yeah. It's kind of it goes in quite easy. She said she's been a bit queasy, but she's been in plenty of those situations. She's done a lot of races, 100 miles and longer. So at that stage, like she'll just keep moving. She's got a pacer with her. Behind her, we've got 5 runners within 18 minutes. And Andrea Price from Switzerland has just come into 6th. She looks like she's caught everyone up. So we could see the battle for the women's podium is still massively on. So it should be quite interesting because you've got just behind Justine, who led for a long way. She's coming, she's slowing down a bit. Then Hannah and Sophie were together for quite a lot. And then after her, you've got Karen Benway, who's raced Quebec Mega Trail. And then our Swiss runner is catching up as well. So should be quite exciting. Might be worth staying up for. If you're thinking about going to bed on Saturday night, I recommend maybe going out for a couple of hours, having a few drinks, come back in.
We're going to be live for the finish line, no?
We'll be live at the finish line. I think we're going to be doing the winners at least, and then I'll see how grumpy I get. Because I like my sleep. I've got to do some running tomorrow. I've got a rest day today. But yeah, we'll be live. We'll be live at the finish line. I'm going to look behind again now. Yeah, that's a Dan Lawson coming. That's a Dan Lawson. You can see him from his kind of, he looks like maybe he's just wandered out of a bush, and you can see from his style, pretty relaxed. That is a solid looking lead. That's exciting. That's what I coach, Dan.
You're a proud coach.
Yeah, I'm a proud friend. Yeah. People, we said before, people think about Dan as this very happy, friendly character, but he is a fierce competitor. He's been European 24-hour champion. He has the record from running from the south end to north of the UK, 825 miles in 10 days.
And he's competing quite clever, no? He started not at the front and road. Yeah.
So he knows how to hurt as well. I've never seen when he did the jog on the night, the last day of that. never seen someone go through as much pain as I saw Dan. It was just absolutely amazing. We haven't seen the next runner come through yet. When I wander down here, we'll see Dan come through. Maybe we'll get a word from him. Yeah, I got normal water. Yeah. Sip on it. Yeah. Can get a little bit. Two more. Two of them in. Huh? Yeah, I'll get two more. Sure. They're not down that hill. Yeah. Yeah, you're right now. Keep doing what you're doing. Not too much. All right, settling. You good? Right? Yeah, man, I'm good. Keep doing what you're doing. Yeah, got this, man. Let's go. Go and then run away from you. Go, go, go! Get out of this front! I've got my presenting there. I've got into
some sparkling water. Sorry.
Look at what I haven't got any sparkling.
No, I'll get some and take them to Jevington.
Okay.
So,
yeah. Has anyone got any sparkling water to take to Jevington? Darren's on the bikes. Darren's crewing. Darren of the Green Runners is crewing Dan on a bicycle today, so he's been riding a lot of the trails himself. We did catch him pushing his bike up the last one, but it was pretty steep, so we gave him some stick for that. But he's done fantastic crewing Dan today, all on the bicycle. And the day before the race, he was busy up most of the night fixing shoes for runners who were racing today. So maybe he's cycling away from them if they've got like new holes popping out. But they do some fantastic stuff with the Green Runners. And one of the things they're doing today is just showing that you can crew these races without having a vehicle. Dan has gone. He's already dropping his pacer. It's a good sign, isn't it? I lost my presenter hat for a little bit there. He's a good friend, and it's very nice to see him doing well. But we're now going to see how long it is till Hugh comes through, and he's having a fantastic race in what I think is his first 100 miler. So that's going to be good as well. We'll keep an eye on the clocks. We'll stay live until we get at least Hugh through. Is that all right, Ross? We're going to stay live until then? And then we'll have a couple other people not too far behind. Pete's not far behind. Matt Hamilton, whose crew's just here before, and he's going to have say his partner. I didn't know. I didn't check. It might have been a relative, different, or any kind of person. But he's another pacer. He's got a pacer now. A new pacer is going to join him. He's going to have that next section with some company, and then behind, Jess Bragg. Jess Bragg finishing strong. Can't count out a UTMB winner. It's good to see Jez running well on stuff like this. Should we wander down this way? We can't come yet, and there should be two of them coming. Hugh's got a pace with him, so we should better spot them coming. I'll have a look on the tracker again now. Just have a quick peek. He's a mile behind, I reckon, actually. Not biased. Like I wouldn't be good on some of the commentating on something where a lack of bias was needed, but he's doing fantastically well. I don't think it's those two chaps there, because they look like they're out for an afternoon stroll. So if that's, I don't think that's you. He may well be in the dip behind there. And this lovely doggo we saw at the start. Can we say hello? Oh, she's going to come up. You were at the start, weren't you? People want to see lovely doggos. Oh, yes. Oh, very excited. What's her name?
Zola.
Zola. Oh, what a brilliant name after Gianfranco. Or Zola Bug. Okay.
She's Zola Bug.
Oh, you're running barefoot as well, aren't you? There you go.
Barefoot running.
Oh, we're going to come and keep an eye on these people. See you in a bit, Zola. Nice to meet you. Thank you for supporting today. Probably the highlight for most people's life. We did promise some doggos, and that was a high quality doggo there, Zola, named after one of the best British runners of all time, Zola Blood. So that's some good company there. Ooh. What dog's better? Have we seen anyone coming? Only have down there Here now. Oh, so the beacon's there. Gotcha. We're not at the beacon yet. The beacon's over there. So he's just over a mile behind, but he's coming over that dip now. And it looks like Hughes put a bit more space on Pete behind him. And really strong race coming there. Let's have a quick check again on the women's race whilst we're there. So Kat Simpson's got through 12 hours through let's meet actually. Through Saddlescombs Farm in 12 hours and 48 seconds. And then we're still at Botolphs. We've got Hannah Green on 11:40. Justine Putnam in 11:47. So Justine slipped down to third now. Hannah's come up. Another person running a very smart race there. She was with Kat early doors and then spent some time with Sophie. Sophie, so we've got 11:40, 11:47 for Justine, 11:48 for Sophie, 11:52 for Karen, and then Andrea Price is at 12:03. And even then, we've got Sarah Sale Brown, another US runner, at 12:15 behind. And then there's a 20-minute gap for a Danish runner. God, it's a multinational women's field there as well. So we've got a really exciting race there. I don't know who I'm going to pick. Hannah seems to have picked up a little bit well there. So she's gone into second. But the battle for the podium is on. And Justine, it feels like maybe Justine and maybe even Sophie might be having some trouble from people catching up behind. But as we said before, Sophie was at our Winter Downs 200. And she battled all the way to the finish there for second place. She knows how to battle in a tired and sleep-deprived state. So this may be, like if it's only a 100 miles, cool. She should be all right. We've got Darren here. We might as well see Darren. Come over as a quick hello before you head off. You've got to set off.
Got mouthfuls chips.
Cold trip. How's you've been throwing down on the bike today? How's that been?
Yeah, amazing. It's been great.
You feel like you've got everywhere, plenty of time?
Yeah, I was worried at Coppin, but it was fine. And yeah, it's been great. I got there sort of 10, 15 minutes before he got there, and then he give him what he wants, and like you saw just now, he's just on it. So
pretty low maintenance, isn't he?
He's pretty low maintenance, which is good.
Not.
Until he's not. Yeah, exactly. But he knows what he wants. I mean, he's seasoned, so that makes a massive help for me.
You're heading to Jevington now?
I'm going to go to Eastbourne. So yeah, it was the only other 3 point is Bo Peep.
Okay.
And I can't get there in time, so to see him. But yeah, I'll see him at Eastbourne, man.
Have a brilliant work. See you down at Eastbourne.
Cheers, man. See you later.
In a bit.
Yeah.
Cycle safe.
Bye, everyone.
Going to cycle into that man. Hopefully not. The sun's come out now. This is a solid gap now for until second place. Even those, and a lot of those sections before, it looked like Hugh was gaining time on the downhills and Dan was taken on the uphills. But maybe we can see them coming over the brow now. There's definitely a runner up by the mast up there. I wonder. We'll wander up this way with the see what kind of coverage we can get. We are tied to our signal, but given that giant radio mast, surely going close to that should be allowed. We'll watch out for these cars as well. It's pay and display. Did you pay and display? Oh, we're right. Okay, we paid and display, people. Don't worry. We can stay until the runners have come through. Don't want to get a ticket, do we? That would be horrendous. Do it. Again, we can show you some more of the gates here. We haven't seen a style yet. I wanted to show the people a style. But there's quite a lot of gates in the last few sections here. So it is interesting. I can see them coming there. But one of the things to look at here, you've got a bit on the top. You come to these, and that's going to push it open. That's your best bet if you are thinking about coming to South Downs Way. But if you get to them like this, right, and you've got to close it afterwards, these little beauties here, you lift it and pull. It's there's a lot less force needed. These are spring operated, so they take a bit more work. If you get a stiff gate, this is a new one. So you're running up to that, you're pretty confident you're getting through that. And then these ones here, well, it's nice because it's been removed. So from a running point of view, perfect. And then we've got South Downs Way markers here. Might as well have a look at it whilst we're here. Again, saw at the start, these are the little acorns on our national trails here in the UK. And it's also a public bridleway. So you kind of come here, it's got a nice wide path. You might see someone riding a horse down here. But these trails and these paths have been used since I want to say Mesolithic times. I think I did my research before. Iron Age settlements and forts up here. We've got loads of bits of archaeology around here, and I've got a master's in archaeology, and I've forgotten most of it because it was years ago, and it was mainly focused on people living in caves. There's no caves that people living up here apart from the pirates on the coast. But one of the things that's quite interesting about here is that the high ground out here was used because the lower lands have got a lot wetter. So in terms of like moving around, these paths have been used for thousands of years because it's just an easier way to move along from the settlements, along from the coast, and you just stay in dry. And that's why our runners are not down lower today, because better running up here. I mean, look at this. I feel like I want to do a little jog. It's nice as well. The wind is still behind the runners, so it's going that way. And you can often see like some of the trees up here, they're kind of bent over because that's the way the wind normally goes. But we can see our runners here. Is that a pacer being dropped, maybe? There's definitely a gap between these two, so I wonder if it's a pacer being dropped. Again, the gift that keeps on giving if you're dropped as a pacer. But hopefully it's not. Because sometimes you worry about leaving them behind. Stop talking every now and again. People would probably be quite grateful. We're getting a good amount of talking in today. They thought we were going to talk for 4 or 5 minutes at a time. Little did they know that I love the sound of my own voice, and maybe 50 to 100 other people love strong, but don't mind it, don't find it grating, like my wife probably does at times. But we're coming up to seeing these two other runners here. I reckon this is going to be Hugh Tibbs with his pacer rather than Hugh Tibbs and Pete Windross. But again, when we spoke earlier about the kind of the terrain, this here is still pretty hard packed. It's dry. It's actually like really runnable. So even if you only change into the second half, you could see someone wearing a good pair of road shoes here. Pete was obviously in his Alpha Flies. He'd be bouncing along on this stuff. So we've got the runners coming behind us. Maybe, I'll just keep talking this way and we'll see them coming in. I think Hugh's in second there and the pace is trying to drag him along. And this can work in two ways. It can make that runner try to keep up with you. But at this point, they're often doing everything they can anyway. They're not slowing down because of a lack of will, because they want to keep going. So you have to be careful as a pacer that you're not running ahead a little bit and dragging them on above the effort level that they can sustain to the finish. It's still a long way to go. And if you blow at this point, you're going to be in trouble because you can lose a lot of time here. Pete's an experienced runner, but coming after him. But these guys, they look like they're racing each other. You all right?
Yeah, all good.
You going ahead to get that gate?
Yeah.
Right, Hugh, how you going?
Struggling.
Struggling?
For the first time, I feel pretty bad.
Well, don't worry. The first 80 miles are easy, and then it's just a fun bit at the end.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I've got a pacer that can open gates now.
Nice.
Yeah.
You retrained them on the way through.
Yeah. Well, it's a different one. Yeah.
Is this your first 100?
Yeah.
I was just looking to try and size. You're doing fantastic for your first 100.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Just keep doing it.
Come to a surprise to me.
Keep going. Keep doing it. Yeah. We're going to follow your crew. Well, just keep moving. That's all you got to do. Keep eating, keep drinking, keep moving, and that finish will come to you. Stephanie's still moving well, isn't he? He said he's kind of falls flat with his moving up. He's still making good ground. He's not losing much. It's probably the steeper stuff, but Dan is running up a lot of it. Yeah, he's got a lovely table. Let's go and have a look at this little table, isn't it? Very well organised.
Oh, yeah.
And look at that. It's like a little shop.
He charges me as well. It's unbelievable.
See how much the price has gone up?
It's not even like he adds like extra because it's remote location. I might take these in the bag. Yep.
How do you think? Really, do you want any more pizza? Or is it?
Are you kidding me?
Especially in the hills.
Why you can't really eat? Can you eat if you make yourself do it? Because you can run every hard step. But if you can put a bit of that energy into getting a bit of food down here, it will make those steps easier.
Those are my best shots. I'll take them. Both of you.
Just a minute of just getting that in, and it will help you make those miles easier.
Yeah.
Don't carry them to the finish. Eat them. You've got Pete coming on. It's just in that dip down there. going to keep you honest in this next section, but if you keep moving,
I'm happy to let him take the.
No. There's a second place there. You've got to keep Dan honest. You've got the legs. He hasn't got the marathon pace you've got.
He has actually.
I think he's got 50.
I'm when he shows that. Of your hands.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the last. Still hot somehow. I mean, obviously it's not.
No, we're not going to
That as well.
Yeah, he's coming with it.
We might say we're going to try and get to both people and then we switch across. Okay. That's good.
your pace is ready to be dropped. I want to see you dropping by the next one.
I'll have to.
Great job.
Well, thank you. Excellent.
Oh, look at this beautiful man.
Go there.
Pete's coming in now. Pete's about to come in. We can see him coming over there, and we'll get him in, and then we're going to cover up and get towards the finish because we want to see people at the finish as well. But that was interesting to see the comparison between the two amounts of time spent at the checkpoint. And again, we've got Hugh walking out here. It looks like at this point, the race stands for the taking if he keeps moving, keeps streaking, keeps eating. Pacer is doing a cracking job. He was definitely working hard there to get ahead and get those gates. He did a fantastic job there. But he's working for it. He looked like he was in a worse place than Hugh did. So that should help Hugh realise if you push on and keep him going. When we said there that Pete was coming, he did say, oh, he's welcome to it. But I don't think that's going to be happening. If Hugh keeps moving, we've still got a few minutes here. I imagine Pete will be, if he has a through here, he will be straight through. But I don't think he has. I think Pete's going to be in and out here before we blink. And he's an experienced finisher, right? So we'll wrap after Pete comes through. So none behind him. I think that Matt's gaining, but we can just say hello to him. If you want to be on the coverage, Matt, you've got to overtake Pete. If you're on YouTube watching this, Matt, put it down. Yeah, he looks like he's had a long race. So we'll see how he's coming through here, and we see if Matt comes through after. This is exciting. I reckon we could see these three, and we could also maybe see Jez Bragg come through. Do that. I've opened these gates before. Practice. We might see Jez Bragg pick up some Pt2 as well. But this runner is definitely moving like as if they've run 80 plus miles to get here. That's for sure. Oof. Yeah, there was a good selection there. So, like, what I liked on that table, the checkpoint they had, there wasn't too much choice. If you give a runner too much choice, sometimes they'll dilly, they'll dally, they'll look at different things, they'll take things that they're not going to eat. And it's interesting. We put a lot of energy into kind of striving forward at the end of these races, and we stop eating because we don't fancy it. I'm not saying he was doing that, but we have to put the same amount of energy psychologically that we put into each footstep. We really drive forward on the climbs and you dig deep. You've got to dig deep in your nutrition as well in a race like this. It's as much about how much you can eat and drink. Well, they're in a rush, aren't they? They're going to get to Bo Peep before he gets there. But it's as much as about you can keep eating and drinking. It's about striving up that next hill. And sometimes people forget that. We live in this day and age. If you don't fancy eating something, you get something different. You order on Deliveroo or something like that. But here, he's got a few options. It's a couple of different gels. There was some kind of homemade balls of things. I know they didn't get even looked at. But those are the kind of things that if you can take one of those gels on board, so your gel's got 25 to 30 grams, this could be Matt or a different runner. Doesn't look like Pete, that's for sure. Who's this coming in? Could be Matt or someone. Is he in a jumper? I think Pete's behind. So is this one of our runners or is this someone out for a run? Oh. Hi there, are you in the race?
You think I would be, but no, sorry.
Well, you look real strong. We thought you were going all right. You poor Pete's just been dropped by it. He's coming now. You're not pacing or anything?
Just local.
It's local.
Didn't realise there was a race on.
There's 100 miles. This guy's run from Winchester area today.
Guy that's just been past said the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah, they're
He's
all
in
doing it
second
together.
place or something.
He's second. This is third place.
They did.
He's allowed a pacer from here if you want to jog with him. I don't think he's got one.
Beautiful weather for it.
It's a beautiful weather and a lovely tailwind.
Yeah.
So that's hopefully it's just every time he steps up off the ground, it's floating him a little bit closer to Eastbourne. They finish at the track down there at one of in Eastbourne.
Okay, nice.
So they're going to drop down to Jevington and then it's up again and then over to the finish. So they've broken the back of it for sure. But we're doing live coverage. So you're featuring in that now. We just need.
My mum.
We need distractions. We need things to talk about.
Oh, it's amazing weather. If one day I'm fit enough, I'll give it a bash.
Do it, man. If you're running around up here, you look strong enough. We've got a 50 mile in April as well.
Yeah.
Centurion running. Get on there. Maybe that'll be you. Next time, this could be you.
Centurion, yeah.
Centurion running, yeah. All right, Pete. Looking good. How are you feeling?
Never better.
Bit of a fall? A little bit. Oh, what happened?
Oh, I just the short of the bed with me.
Oh, I picked my feet up. Oh. How are you feeling? You're supposed to be knackered at this point, aren't you? If you weren't knackered, you'd be worried. I could have done part, but I find that just as tiring.
Well, I'm having a lovely day. I concentrating hard.
Yeah, no, you're doing fantastic. The queue's ahead, not that far. You are gaining. Keep it up, buddy. And now we're going to take a break. That's probably our longest live yet. So we're going to be back at 8 o'clock, probably at the track. We might have some live footage from the trig point at the start, the famous trig point that signifies that the end is nigh. But for now, keep watching those dots, and that's about it.
Have you ever wondered why you always want more? More Mondays without an alarm. More first tones. More whiffs of the salty sea and the countrified country. More smiles for the camera. More unexpected friends. More laughing at life. More enjoying the journey. And what if the answer was never really what, but where? Gran Canaria. So much to live for.
Welcome back to the Gran Canaria World Trail Majors South Downs Way 100. And we are now at the track in Eastbourne, waiting for Dan Lawson to turn up. We've got some follow cam action with him at the moment. So we've got a camera on your screens. You're going to be seeing Dan rather than seeing my face, which you're probably bored of by now. Dan is coming into the final few miles of the race. From the trig point, it's the last ascent. It's a bit of a kind of rocky, chalky gully. It comes down, and then the final few miles are on the road alongside in Eastbourne. And one thing we can point out now, I can see Dan. I'm watching him on my screen. I almost want to talk to you guys, but also watch what Dan's doing. I'm very excited. But I wanted to point out a comment we've had come up from Mark Perkins. Dan has run an absolute masterclass of a race. Mark would say that because in about 2 or 3 minutes, we're going to see that Mark's course record is once again safe for another year. That's a challenge for the year ahead. Who fancies coming out and seeing if they can have a crack at Mark Perkins' everlasting course record of 14:03? We've seen again today, even with runners of the standard of Dan, of Pete Windross, Jeff Cheshire coming out early doors. This is a quality record on a really tough course. And even with a tailwind behind, you're not seeing it going down today, we don't think, unless Dan has kind of got a wingsuit ready at the top of the trig point. And even then, it'd be pushing, touch and go. We can see him moving now on the live camera here. The one thing with Dan, and it's throughout this day, is he's run well uphill. He's very, very efficient. He's got his pacer there with him. She was worried she wouldn't better keep up for the final section. Ellen's pacing him here, but she looks to be doing a fine job. Local runner has signed up to help Dan in the last section, and her aim was to, that's the trig point there. I think that they've got to. Some of the coverage, hopefully the mobile coverage is good enough to get so you can see Dan running downhill to the final section here, but he's absolutely cruising it down to Eastbourne. And we've got to find something to talk about for the next. James reckons, I'll get James Elson, the race director, over in a minute. James, what time do you reckon he's going to come in now? Put him on the spot here.
Oh, I think he's going to finish in about 14:25.
14:25.
What's interesting about that is Paul Maskell. Paul Maskell was the second fastest ever finisher here in 14:28. So Dan can probably go second fastest all time, but only just. Yeah. So yeah. So they come down the ridge behind us, obviously, and then they're on the street. So
how far have they got on the street until they get to finish?
Pretty much bang on 2 miles, and it's sort of very gently downhill and then pan flat. And Dan is
he's in the bushes
Dan's
now.
descending. Yeah, that's what we politely refer to as Death Gully, which is perfectly nice downhill running.
Looks lovely in there.
Ross is going well, keeping up with Dan through there.
Oh look,
getting a high five. Yeah, no, that's good. And then he hits the road, and then 2 6-minute miles, right? So
it's crazy because last time at the South Downs Way 50, we thought when Dan got onto the road, he was in safe territory.
That's right.
And actually, that's where he got caught.
Yeah.
So he's safe this time.
Yeah.
The team behind chasing him have been gapped.
Yeah.
Significantly. So Dan's going to be safe getting that road, but he'll probably be a little bit worried still.
He won't know. He won't know. He's not the sort of guy who'll be aware of how close runners are behind him. He won't have really been asking that question. But I think it's always fun to take the lap split when they hit the track and get a 400-meter split from the finish as well.
Do you think Dan's going to give a good 400-meter sprint at the end?
Yeah, I think he will.
I remember when he won the European Champs, instead of adding to his PB, he walked around high-fiving people. And I was like, you should be going faster.
Yeah, that's Dan for you. I'm slightly aware that we're going to try and have a chat with Dan when he finishes, and it might be a while before there's anything coherent comes out of him. We'll wait.
Can we bleep live? Can we cover that? That's good. Yeah. So
he'll lay on the ground a bit, and he'll sort of put his hands on his knees and do that, and then he'll gradually come round or not. Obviously, we have to kit check him when he finishes before he can be awarded his trophy. So we'll need to grab his bag, which he undoubtedly hasn't touched the entire day, and make sure he's carried all his.
He's been using his bottles, getting them in and out.
To be fair, he has used those.
Yeah.
But he won't need his head torch, which is pretty cool. It'd be way before that was required.
I remember that back in 2013 when Petzl was sponsoring, and my challenge was set to try and not use the head torch.
Yeah. Did you get to do that?
Yeah.
Well done.
I got onto the road. It was still light.
What was your time here? 15.
All right, mate. 15:43 maybe.
But you were trailblazing at the time. It was a massive course record.
Yeah, I felt really good for about 12 months. 12
And then
months.
Mark
And then Mark Perkins. ran
It's about a
14:03.
minute and a half. Sorry. Obviously, it's conditions
About a
dependent.
minute a mile faster.
And here at Eastbourne Sports Park, we used to finish on the far bend because when we established this race, for me, it was I'd been to Western States and I was like, we're bringing Western States to the UK. Same point-to-point race, obviously the same heat, the canyons. Okay, not those
Is
parts.
this our place at high school?
Yes. So Western finishes on the back straight, and then they have all this set up over on the back straight. But then I realised we were just a bit far from all of our infrastructure over here, so we make them run another 150 metres now round to this side. So that's why we're over here rather than over there.
We also don't want to make sure people are shortchanged. We want to make sure they
Very
get
true.
every metre,
Very true.
every foot that they want. And
Later on, you'll see runners enter the track, the park, and they'll look and they're absolutely desperate to turn left at the barriers and just jog over here. Some even try it.
do they?
We had a good one this year at South Downs Way 50. We had a chap chuck his bag on the corner and sprint round without his bag until it was pointed out to him his tracker was on his bag. So he hadn't actually finished. He had to go back and get his tracker and ran most of that. How are we getting on? Where is he?
He's coming down here now. Look, Ross has gone ahead of him.
Wow,
Ross has figured out that actually, so maybe Ross is going to win. Does that count?
Yeah,
No.
yeah, absolutely.
Ross has been with us from the start. Ross is the camera guy who's been replaced by Steve here now. But he's done a sterling job making sure that I have someone to talk at for.
Ross has
today.
listened to you talk an awful lot today.
Just remember as well
Credit
that
to
we've
him.
been in the van between, and I haven't stopped the whole way through. So like some of the stuff that wasn't fit for air gets carried on. We've covered some other interesting topics.
So you said to me it's gone quickly today. I thought you were going to tell me, oh my God.
I think that last live we were 45 minutes onto it. So we're going on live every 2 hours, and we've got to get between the checkpoints. We've got to like make some sandwiches, get some footage from the other runners, and just kind of just being has meant that we've there's a bird overhead.
I'll tell you what's astonishing, really, when you think about it, is that we've got runners still a good way out of making Washington. They won't have made halfway yet, and Dan's two road miles from the finish. So there are some long, we're not even halfway through the race. So we've got, the bigger chunk of the race still to go, and our leaders coming in. And there's some absolute warriors going through the night and all through tomorrow morning.
He's floating. Just dropped. Dan, you're watching the footage as well, seeing both of us here. And Dan is
surged ahead of Ross.
Yeah, I think we've got
knowing Dan, he will want to drop Ross if he can. I would say. I think that's fair to say.
Is that because he shies from the limelight, or because he's just a competitive beast?
Competitive. Little shout out today to Dan's crew, principally Darren, although I think he's had one guy helping him. They've crewed Dan today, the Green Runners, by bicycle. Not only that, Darren asked me if he could crew by bike by riding the trail. Obviously, the quickest and easiest way to do it. And I said no, because if we then got asked for each runner to be crewed by bike, not only would we be launching 450 runners on the South Downs, we'd be launching 450 bikes. Not feasible. So Darren sportingly said, okay, challenge accepted. And he's ridden 170k himself, crewed Dan all the way. I think, like I say, with the exception of 1 or 2 checkpoints. So big shout out to the Green Runners.
We saw him up at Furl Beacon.
Absolutely brilliant effort. Brilliant effort.
Gave him some stick for pushing his bike up the top bit.
Wow.
But he had a solid day in there. A solid day in there. And
bearing in mind, he was fixing trainers for people overnight last night. He fixed 4 pairs of trainers for people who started the race this morning.
So I guess the real test there is,
Did they last?
Yeah, will they fix again?
Yeah.
At the end there. Keep an eye on Dan here, actually, so we'll keep peeking through.
So they come around, they suddenly emerge out of this like forest into and then they hit the...
Like magic, he's there.
He's going to have to turn right in a second. Don't miss the right turn, Daniel.
Oh.
Look at the ribbon.
He's just slightly ahead of
Look, his GPS is beeping at him. Someone's ringing my phone. Bear with me while I just deal with the race HQ. 1 second.
Oh. That's the thing for all of these races. James has jumped on some of the audio here with us, but he's an integral player. He's the main part, the main moving part in the organisation here, alongside a huge team of volunteers. And you can see, like even here at the finish, we've got Dan's coming here, but most people, a lot of people are going to be many hours ahead. There's people in ready for the night shift. We're panning the camera, but I don't know if they're actually on the camera. But if you are seeing that, that's what we're doing. We've got people here all night. Dan's coming alongside of the houses now. He will jump out onto the road at some point, hopefully safely. He's got a couple bits, like a couple of miles to cover now on the road, but it does feel like he's in a safe space. But while we've been talking, Mark Perkins' record has been declared safe for another year. Mark can breathe easy. I said to Mark before the race, if it did go, we just have to come back and go again the year after. So we're working to get Mark back in a place to lower that. He reckons he could have gone under 14 hours. So maybe Mark will be here next year. And Fat Stan commented in the live chat there, is saying, I thought your course record would be for today, but that is off the table now. Amazing run. So yeah, so Stan thought it was going to go. I'm guessing I'm going to use Stan rather than the first name he's used there. That would be odd. And then David Starley underneath. So Dan is just a brilliant human and runner. Privileged to run with him and share space in the Green Runners team. And that's one of the things. He's just a nice chap, Dan. So there's been people out on the course today, like cheering him on every time. Where's Dan? Has he been through? People want to see him go well. So it's really nice. But what's been good as well is he has had a really good race with other people today. We've had Jeff out the front. We've had Pete pushing the pace. When Pete came past us around 100k into the race, 60 miles in, he was shifting. Like it looked like no one was going to stop into the finish. And maybe that was just a little bit too hard at that stage. But Pete's still soldiering on now. And when we saw him up at Furl Beacon, he was closing on Hugh ahead. And Hugh's head had dropped a little bit. Hugh was running his first 100 miler as well. So Hugh is sandwiched by two very, very experienced ultramarathon runners. And he's having his first 100 miler. So that's really exciting. As I was saying, James, it's his first 100 miler.
Yeah. Did he run over 100 miles in that backyard?
No, 117 it looked like.
Okay.
So this is all new ground for him.
He has had an amazing day, considering.
He's had a blinder.
Both he and Dan looked absolutely brilliant at Housestein. So I last saw them 76 miles, and they just were having great days. Just goes to show, if you pace it well, 100 miles doesn't have to be a miserable affair. It can be a joyous.
He wasn't quite as happy at Furl Beacon.
Dan?
Hugh. His head had definitely dropped a little bit. Right. Okay. But I think part of that is having to chase someone at the standard of Dan. Dan's been here, and I was saying on the live stream up there, Dan's dealt with the pain and the psychological side of this to such deep depths. But coming over these little bits here, he's probably in his element.
Water ducks back.
Yeah, whereas Hugh's in new territory, and he's risen to the challenge.
I wonder the pressure from behind as well. Dan kind of revels in the race. He doesn't mind being chased. If anything, it pushes him to his best performance. Whereas some people crumble with the pressure of being pushed from behind. Hugh had a pacer at Housestein, and I did comment to the pace. I said, "How far are you going?" He said, "I'm going all the way to finish." And I looked at him and I thought, and he said to me, "I'm not sure I can keep up with him." And my feelings are that it would be unlikely if pace makes it here with you. Fair play, but he was working hard. Yeah.
At that point, so Hugh actually cooled himself down at the checkpoint, at the crew point, and he put a little bit of water on his pacer was like, "Give me some of that." Yeah, I'm really going for it.
It's funny,
but and then the fair play to the pacer. He then set off ahead. He was determined to get as many gates as he could.
That's such a
the guy was really working hard there. But I spoke to him. Said Pete Windross isn't that far behind, but you've just got to keep moving. He said Pete can have second, and at that moment you saw his head was a bit lower, but he kept going. So we have those low moments.
Two people impressed me today, both Pete Windross and Rob Payne, who were clearly suffering. Clearly not having their best days, had forged into the lead respectively at different times and then been passed, both rallying, both being very sort of you can tell they're experienced, that they're going to get it done, and they're not just going to death march it in, they're going to run it in, they're going to get a good time out
Rob
of it.
Payne knows how to hurt, that's often by choice, but he knows how to hurt.
But fair play to them, this is not their first rodeo to keep going that deep when it, you could say, been there, done that. What's the point? There's always a point, right?
It's interesting as well. I think Justine's been going for, obviously this is one of her longest races. I think it's her first 100 miler. She's gone off the front there, and it's happened to a lot of us. Like you go off and it feels easy for quite a long time, and it's 50-mile pace instead of 100-mile pace maybe. And that she's maybe found that out a little bit today. And she's still going. She's still going strong, and she's fighting for every position. And people are catching her from behind.
That's true.
We're seeing Karen Benway's gone right up into the rankings now. Yeah. She's run a really good race, and we were expecting
Yeah,
You
we
said
were
at the start.
expecting her to be up there because she's had some good performances at long races before. Now, obviously, as that sun just drops and the temperature comes down a few degrees, it's going to be close to optimal running temperatures tonight up there, sort of 10, 11, 12, if you're running.
Yeah.
If they're walking, some of them are going to really struggle. But I think for those that have managed themselves today, there'll be some good miles tonight. You know, they'll find a little bit of extra strength just because the temperature comes down, core temperature comes down, and they're running a little bit better because of it. So they're on the street. They're on the street.
I think you're definitely right. Then when you said, "Oh yeah, it's perfect running weather," at the second half of 50 miler, 100 miler, those last 50 miles, if you're not generating the heat yourself and you're up on those downs, the wind but wicking your sweat away from behind you, you can really get cold quickly. And that's why some people say to us, "Oh, in June, there's quite a lot of mandatory kit," but we're not doing it for the people that cruise past here and have a great time. And Dan here looks like he's going to go down straight to the beach afterwards.
Well, we've only got we've only got waterproof jacket, and the base layer they're carrying is for emergencies. But yeah, if they've got crew, a lot of runners with crew will end up putting extra layers on tonight that they weren't expecting to need. Yeah, that's for sure.
I remember finishing here and then trying to get into have a shower afterwards and getting the uncontrollable shivers because my body just couldn't. It'd been absolutely dumping heat the whole day. Just getting rid of it. I stopped creating it. And I just got super cold.
We see that a lot. We see a lot of runners with sugar lows or getting cold very quickly at the finish and needing help. It's not uncommon, and it happens much more at the hundreds that way than the 50s. It's really different. The toll it takes on the body is very different. It's very noticeably different just from the amount of hours.
I think at the time. Do you think Dan is going to get under Paul's time? I don't mind from a coaching point of view.
I'd like to see Dan on the track with 2 minutes to go. I mean, it's showing here that Dan's 1.2 miles out and he's got 11 minutes. I would say it's going to be right on
It's going to be close. Are you going to let him know that Maskell's got time there?
He would care. Dan would care. He would say he probably doesn't care at this point. He's won the race, but a bit of him will care.
Will you give him that information he comes in?
Give him that if he's that close to it.
I've tried today to avoid giving I want to be there as Dan.
I asked Jez Bragg at House Dean, I said, "Do you want to know how you're doing?" And he sort of looked at me like, "I don't, but I really, really do." So I told him, and he went, "Yeah, I'm pleased I asked." Because I think for Jez, he said it's 4 years since my last 100, and it's remembering what the second half of 100 mile is like, and it's just great to see him back. But I think looking at experience again, the gap that Kat's created, that's the thing as I came in here checking on the splits, how much time she's put into the female competition, and she's just run away from everybody. And she was chilling out in third or fourth through the early checkpoints, right? She's now an hour ahead of second place.
And that's how quickly it changes on a course
massive,
like this. It's the runnable nature of it. There's ones that where we saw and we caught on a live, and it was just that it was a false flat, it was a slight uphill, and she was running that. And if you're walking that section, that mile is going to take you 15, 20 minutes. If you're running, it's 10 minutes. Every single one of those miles, you're putting time into the people behind you.
When you're walking, you know you're hemorrhaging time as well. You know that really you should be jogging that.
And even up at the top with Hugh, obviously more less experienced, Cat coming through the checkpoints, seeing the difference between how people react in there. Like Dan's in out, he's not stopped moving. Yeah. And we saw that from him for the entire the jog. It wasn't. I think it was day 5.
Yeah, he never hung out of the band, did he?
He just moved. Yeah. And Kat was the same. Like she wasn't messing around, even when she had some issues with her cocking when there wasn't the gels there. She just was like, okay, there's no gels there. I'm not going to stop and do anything about it. I'm going to keep going.
I did notice that. Just to be clear, I think her dad Keith had left her gels at the previous checkpoint. I think, and they've been shuttled forward. I noticed that on the group chat. I was like, oh dear. But I'm sure she found something to eat in the meantime off the checkpoint table.
I think she probably enjoyed a break from the
amount of fuel gels.
When we saw her up there, she was talking about having seen a dog like hers, like Katsu. And
right.
I didn't quite understand have you seen a fox
slightly
dog?
Delirious.
I was like, I haven't seen a fox like dog. Have you seen a fox? So but she was again, it was weird. She was talking back through the race, and it's like hearing how compass mentis she is around the situation. That's another sign. Like when you talk to someone up there and they're not quite sure what's going on, they're worried about where someone is, where the next checkpoint is, where the water is. If they haven't got that information, if they're not aware of what's going on, that's a sign they've worked a bit too hard. Kat, she's clued up. She knew what was going on. She knew she'd lost her baby food because her dad had left it in a different checkpoint.
Yeah.
He'd be happy she's going well.
We had Kat was second here last year, and we had a bit of an interesting situation on the track that I'm sure Sarah Page won't mind us sharing. Sarah won the race, and we kit checked Sarah, and she was missing one of her pieces of mandatory equipment. That is worst nightmare for us. So then, as a 1 hour time penalty for each piece of missing kit, then there was a very tense hour wait to see if Kat would come in within that hour and win the race. And I think Kat was an hour and 10 or an hour and 12 outside of Sarah's time. So 12 minutes on the results, but an hour and 12 on the ground. So it felt like, for Kat was happy. I don't think she would want to win that way.
Yeah, you don't really want to do.
Whereas this year, obviously, she's back and she's really crushing it today. She's having a great race. That's good to see. I think it's her third or fourth run here.
She enjoys these trails. She's a local runner. It's just like it's kind of a safe space as well. She just wants to go out and enjoy the trails and not feel like she has to wreck anything or do anything different to her training. She just go and run in the places she loves running. Yeah. And that's preparing specifically for the event.
Yeah, and she moved to Hove, right? So she's close to the Downs now. That's a big reason for coming down here for her, I think.
Close.
Yeah, he's running around the bend just before they come out into the edge of the sports parks complex, and there we'll see him. I'm sure someone will shout, "There he is!" in a second.
You can just shout there. Like, if I shout it now, do you think everyone will start looking?
No, I might get on the speaker and let you do the commentary for the way around, if that's okay.
Probably. Yeah, that's fine. I'll keep doing that. You just want to have a louder voice, do you?
Let him know how he's doing as he gets the track.
All right, you could just whisper it to him. James is a little bit camera shy at times. He just kind of he prefers a podcast, which is essentially what this is at the moment, really. Look at the sun; it's going to be lovely on here. Oh, now I got to talk because he wants to be louder than me.
Can you hear it on the live broadcast?
A little bit, I think. Just a little bit.
Right, second fastest ever time there, 14:28, Paul Maskell. So we'll see if Dan's going to need something. We'll tell him when he gets here, all right? Sprint down, 90-second lap.
Just so you're aware, if you're trying to... Paul Maskell is a national hero. That he's an air ambulance paramedic, right? He's run 265K like at Verona, like actually in the same race. Dan was on 273. Paul Maskell, his teammate for the British 24-hour team.
Whilst being a paramedic on the air ambulance service for Cornwall.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy's literally...
He ran low 250s for London Marathon in his flight suit. We trained as if it was going to be a marathon PB attempt.
Just when you thought he couldn't get any more heroic.
And he was raising money for the air ambulance the whole way through it. He's an absolutely lovely bloke. I did have to ask to be removed from... not to get sent as many videos during COVID because he was sending me his paramedic friend videos.
Oh no, I wouldn't want to see them.
He's got
too much information.
His tolerance for pain is probably linked to what he sees on a day-to-day basis.
I would imagine.
But so I'm kind of torn here because I love Dan, but Dan's going to get a win. I don't
think Paul would begrudge Dan a
thing, isn't it?
Inside of his time.
How nice a guy he is. Paul Maskell was out in Taiwan with us for the World 24-hour Champs last December. He didn't have the race he wanted. He had stomach issues early on. And instead of, he felt a bit better later on in the race. And instead of trying to push his own distance, he worked with Danny Hawkins, who was our top scorer at the time, to bring him a little bit further and help us as a team get the bronze medal. That's the kind of man whose record we're trying to cheer Dan's second place onto. But that's why I'm genuinely torn. I can't imagine. This is two of my favourite people in ultra running. And Dan's coming out. Apparently he's coming around now. We'll hear some cheering. He's a popular man. Should we turn around this way? I want to see him. We'll have to move out of the way. We're going to steal his thunder on the finish line. It's a 14:24:30 at the second. It's going to be close for that time because that lap. I mean, if you run a 400 meter around the track, it's definitely long at the end of a session. That final one. Try 400 meters at the end of 100 miles. It feels like that goes on forever. It feels like it's potentially a 600 meter track, unlike the one in Chamonix, which is 300 meters, and you feel like potentially you're secretly David Rudisha. Dan is going to wish he was on the Chamonix track right now. Probably.
Here he comes. The man, the myth, the legend.
See him.
Dan Allen Lawson. Now, just to be clear, he hasn't got 2 paces. One of those is Ross, our cameraman, who's run the last 2.6 miles down from the trig point with him.
Might make a racket when he gets closer. It will pick up.
Dan was second at South Downs Way 50 in April, got passed on the road on the way in. But this time, he's coming for the trophy. Go on, Dan. How well he's running. There's poetry in motion. Just is 350 to go around the track.
We just now have to wait now. Because it's a 100-mile race. He's not going to do this super fast. But if he respected it, he'd maybe
3 minutes.
Drop a 6 minutes
time. He thinks he might do it. He thinks he'll do it.
What's the time? What's the time to beat, James?
14:28.53. So Dan will officially be second fastest all time on this course. Mark Perkins' record survives another year. Can you believe it?
Next year.
Who's coming for Mark's time next year? Probably put your hand up.
I'm gonna sub in Hayden.
Oh, Hayden. Let's get Hayden down. This is the long wait as the runner. We had a guy actually clock a 18-minute lap at the end of this race. 18 minutes.
That's respectful.
And he was trying.
I don't know. I could try that.
Go on, Dan! I think most of these boys could probably. Oh, Lumen's on with him. So Lumen is Stan's granddaughter. That's right. Dan is a granddad.
We're live. We want the Dan to come round.
Started our race this morning.
Don't need to say anything at this point, do I?
6 a.m. 14 hours and 27 minutes later.
She's dropping Dan.
Way down here on his floor. Go on, Lumen! She's got really good face.
It's the jeans.
Good Dan's back with it. Well done, Dan! Well done! Here's your 2024 South Downs 300 in champion, Dan Lawson. Woo! Absolutely sensational. Well done, mate.
Whoa.
Oh, man. You're on the road. Good man.
Right?
Yeah, good. Yeah.
Ran hard.
Huh?
Ran hard.
It felt really comfy, pretty much all the way.
This is the first time I've seen you sweaty.
Yeah.
You must have pushed it because of Ross at the end. Still him chasing you down the gully.
Fucking, did you hear what I was saying?
No?
No,
Stop swearing.
fucking cattle trod.
On live stream. Cattle trod.
Not a cow.
It's fun, eh?
Yeah, it was good. Just it makes such a difference. Just holding it back. Yeah, sorry. Like holding it back at the start, you know. It's just. Yeah, but because I was saying to myself, I just want to be. Well, I want to feel better in that second half than I did in the. Yeah, it was total of this. Yeah.
It's a good win, though.
Yeah, I'm happy. Yeah, I'm happy with that time. Yeah.
You went under Paul Maskell.
Yeah, so left right.
Really?
Yeah.
And Lumen's happy because she get a trophy.
Yeah. She does. Yeah, they're in there.
You get the finger book.
She run a bit of it. What are you doing here? Just a little striptease.
Oh, God, it's so sweaty.
Did you really push over the last 10 miles then? What?
No, not really. It just made a real. Ellen there just made a real difference. Yeah.
Was she joining Pearl Beacon?
Pearl Beacon. It's kept me honest. Yeah. And I was like, I just wanted to be better than I was in that 50. So I was like, running south east and running up.
Oh, you ran that hill?
Yeah.
Blame me. Because you said to me it's South is in the 50. Is it right if I walk?
That's why.
Tired.
To make sure I wanted to say to myself that I'm fucking money.
You did everything you could. Yeah.
And I didn't go into that checkpoint because I was like, no.
Yeah.
I was exercising the ghost of that 50.
I love that. So Nikki's just doing a kit check.
Oh,
from the bag that you haven't unpacked from South Downs Way 50.
Oh, dear.
Any flashbacks on the road, worried about someone's coming from behind, or do you feel like you're safe then?
Yeah, I was getting her to check. And when we were coming down the gully, she said in Jevington, so it's like...
It's pretty safe there, isn't it?
So, yeah. Yeah, because that road was horrible in 50. It's horrible.
You thought you had it in the 50, didn't you?
I thought I had it, yeah. And then I just, and then we raced on. I hope I've got everything. I didn't really check. Am I all right? Nicky, am I all right? Oh, thank you, guys.
Okay. Dan has passed kitchen.
Didn't find my
Do you want the
stomach
trophy
again.
or the You want both? Well, I'm going to give you this to hold for him. I'm going to give this to you to hold.
Then you can get it with me.
Can you be in the photo with him? Love you, man.
Yeah, thank you so much, man.
You've wanted this for a long time, haven't you, Liam?
Yep.
That's the real champion. Can we get a photo with the two of you? Thanks.
Yeah.
Can I get one just under the sign? Do you want to go under the signs? You are. I thought you were going to be on the floor already, but you're fine. He's fine, isn't he?
I do feel honestly, I feel all right.
It's lucky because he's got a busy July.
What?
Go on, team! Well done, everybody.
Oh!
Cheers, mate.
Thank you. It means we started so long.
Just one of you.
Yeah.
Check how far our next runner's lost him.
That's a bit weird.
Well done now.
Just a tip.
We've got. Does look like there's not much space between the next two coming through, Steve.
Okay.
Oh, that was.
No, you go.
Yeah. All right, you left.
Come on.
You too.
Okay.
Just when you thought you'd had enough of me, we're back again at the Gran Canaria World Trail Majors South Downs Way 100, because second and third in the men's race are coming in now, and they're both on the street at the same time. I can't quite, they may be able to see each other. You've got Hugh Tibbs running in with his pacer, who up at Firle Beacon when we saw him last, his words to me was, Pete Windross can have second, I don't care. Turns out he did care. And he is absolutely beasting it down on the road, the last bit here. And Pete is keeping him honest. The pair of them having a great brace for second place. We're expecting to see Hugh coming in here. But the beauty of it, as they get onto this track here, it's a long way around. They might be able to see each other coming around. I'm not saying if he's 200 meters behind, he's going to put in a kind of, I was going to think of a sprinter's name, then I forgot. But he's not going to put in a David Rudisha style finish to catch him up. But they could be closer by the end of it. We just don't know. At the end of these races, if someone's got a little bit extra to give, scratch that actually. You don't have something extra to give. You don't save anything behind. You just find something extra at these final stages. So if someone finds something a little bit extra, because both of those guys, we saw them at Firle Beacon, they were beat. And they've run 15 more miles to get here. And they've got a race on their hands. We've got them on the track in here. The crowd are waiting for them to come in. They're coming past. They're going to be in the final few stages here. So Hugh is, as you can, if you've been looking at the tracking now, he's in the final mile. And Pete is just behind him. Both of their trackers, Pete hasn't updated again. So actually, I think they could be really close. Pete has been to this place. He's raced here before. He's won here before. He knows how to push. He knows where the finish line is, right? So Hugh's in new ground. It's his first 100-miler. He might be watching his watch, thinking that like the GPS is going to tell him where to go. He might be slightly unsure of where he's going. Pete's on home ground. This could make a difference in the final stages. So we might see them. I'm keeping my eyes peeled here. I'm only 5'6". So if I have to go on my tiptoes to see them coming, that's because I want to see them. If we might have an exciting finish in here. Well, we have got an exciting finish. We might have them really sprinting it out. And if we do, we'll be egging them on. The crowd will egg them on. And they're both running a quality time here. Like this is 100 miles on trail with 15,000 feet or 13,000 feet of elevation. They're under like 14:45. I won this race and it was 15:40 something. Like I was an hour away winning this race 10 years ago. So the sport's changed, right? And these guys, this is one guy running his first 100-miler, another guy who's super experienced racing it out. And they're both going to run a time that's something to be really proud of. So will they make it under 14:45? I mean, we might see that our top 10 list is going to get updated massively after this. But what I'm hoping we see is two people duking it out in the final stages. And also what the pacer does at that point. What does he do? Does he block? Does he kind of run behind, run ahead? I think as a pacer, I'd probably ease off at that point. But it's very difficult. You're not quite sure where you should be as a pacer at this point. Because you've helped them get here. We don't want to steal the finish line glory. Maybe at that point, like the Dan here, you hand off to a small child and they bring the runner home. Hopefully, we'll see them shortly. Oh, the trackers keep, as they update, we know they're close. They're within a mile of each other for sure. And Hugh is coming up to the final section. If you're watching on the tracker, you might know before I do. I keep checking this phone. I'm on 12% battery, which will make some people nervous, but it's enough to get these two finishes in, and then we can maybe go charge it up. Hopefully, we're going to see him coming through. Just going to quickly check on here. Just another little factor. Ironically as well, Peter Windross is going to come in third in a time under 15 hours, or second. Let's see how he's going. Second in his gauge category. So weirdly, we're seeing that the V50 males, Dan, like a world-class athlete, has been getting stronger running PBs from 5K upwards all the way to 24 hours and 48 hours running in his 50s. And then imagine finishing under 15 hours in a 100-miler, thinking your time's good enough. Okay, I haven't won today. Maybe I'll win my age category as a 50-year-old chap. But no, sorry. Dan's got you there as well. And Hugh in the middle, I don't check Hugh's age. I think he's a youth. He might be, I must just check his age. I know he's in the, he's definitely older than the other boys. So he's going to probably win his age category, which hopefully he'll be happy about. He'll get a trophy for that. 18 to 39. Guys, under 40. The world of ultramarathons. Even was chatting to Carlos Torrent of Gran Canaria. They're coming. I'll check my phone. I haven't got the live on there. They coming in with Ross. Oh no. Let's see if I can get it back on YouTube. Woo. then I can add noise to what you're seeing. Oh, look. I got to go live again. I'm watching Dan finish. I was getting excited again. Dan's finishing again. We're seeing him in the final stages. Our coverage is cut. Ross is back out there. Ross has felt like he said too much time standing around listening to me today. He's now full of energy. So we've got, it's that Hugh has dropped his pacer by the look of it, maybe, unless the pacer's ahead of him, setting a pace. They're going to be here pretty soon. We can see where they are. Hugh looks pretty sad, but hopefully when he gets here, we can make him realise that he's an absolutely fantastic run here today. And it's taken a European 24-hour champion to knock him off the top spot. He's coming in here. He does look a little tired. I think he's going to be thankful to get in here, get a bit of a hot shower maybe and relax a little bit. But let's have a quick peek where he is now. We're going to be under 1450 here, I think. So it's an absolutely brilliant run on a course like this. It's not, we've had good conditions today, but it's a fast course, but you've still got to be able to run fast. I know that sounds silly, but some people speaking about a race like this, they find it more intimidating because you haven't got the natural breaks of the big climbs, the big hikes. And some of the climbs, they're not steep enough that you feel like you can run up them, to hike up them. So a lot of people have been running, especially at the sharp end here with Dan. You'd have seen Dan disappear up plenty of hills ahead of him when you can see him. But he's coming in now to the final stretch. We're like 30 seconds behind. We should be able to see them come around the bend quite soon. Cannot see Pete Windrush in the background there. Good that Ross has given us a bit of a view behind. I reckon it's half a mile between them, maybe, which is at this point of the race is probably 4 minutes or so. So we might see them both on the track at the same time, but hopefully Hugh knows he's got a job to get finished and he's on it. He's coming in now. He does look like he's still a man on a mission. I wonder how he compares this to his 2:48 at London earlier this year. He's probably enjoying this in a different way. It's a different type of enjoyment at the end of a 100-miler. There's often a little kind of realization when you realize at this stage he's got a race still going on. He has to keep moving. Sometimes when you realize that you've done it, you kind of get that realization nothing's going to stop you at this point. There's a little bit of a low sometimes. You think, I'm going to get this done. And the most emotional point can sometimes be before the finish line, because when you realize what you've achieved, you're on your own, you're middle of something, and you get to here, you've already kind of processed that you're going to get this done. But I reckon Hugh coming in now is probably going to realize as he comes around the track. Here he is. We can see him coming in on the roundabout, and he's coming around now there. We'll let him know if Pete's coming behind. Just spat on my phone. I can see him coming around this way. We might spin around this way. He's kind of jogging in here with his pacer and Ross behind him.
Good go.
Hand it over to James again.
Here comes Hugh. He's had an absolutely amazing debut 100 today. Absolutely amazing race. He's been beaten by Dan, but 1440 high on his debut 100. Hugh Tibbs. Enjoy the last lap, Hugh.
We'll see how. He's loving it. Well, he'll love it as long as Peter's not on it with him. Probably that's probably the relaxing thing you want now. You can actually enjoy, take it in. Maybe there's a few seagulls out here coming to cheer him in. So they're quite aggressive creatures if you've got food. So hopefully he's eating all the food he took for Pearl Beacon. If he hasn't, he could get attacked. No, he won't get attacked. I've talked about the dangerous animals of the South Downs Way. Fatigue and bunking on a low sugar is probably the most dangerous thing for these athletes. And now Hugh could crawl it in and he knows he'll be finishing under 15 hours. We're watching for Peter coming in behind him. He won't be long. We reckon he'll be here within a couple of minutes as well. And then we'll hopefully James will get back on that microphone and you can listen to him instead of me talking. But you see him, he's coming here. Is he going to put in like the final 200? Maybe he's got a 32 in there. I don't know. Probably not. Not today. But Peter's coming in. Maybe Peter will edge him on. Ross is on the infield. You better watch out in case anyone uses the javelin. It's good. They look like out for a nice evening jog. You can't even tell which one's run 100 miles. Look at that. This is just like Placer High School, isn't it? Oh, and here comes Pete. Quick, Hugh! Pete's coming! Pete's coming, quick!
Windrush in third, just about to hit the track. We love it when it's happened. Two back at the same time, podium positions. Great work, Pete. He's coming in now. But let's not take away Hugh. He's going to go fourth all time at this event.
Pete's in business side.
His debut 100 miler. Incredible run.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Nice work. Did you enjoy that?
Yeah, good. Yeah, feel a bit shaky now, but
Bit shaky. If you need to lean on me, you can.
man.
You're less sweaty than Dan was. That's fine. How was that last section on the road?
oh, winning time and an absolute. Thanks so much. Thank you. Yeah, surprised myself. Yeah, I wasn't expecting. I was expecting to deteriorate in the last 60k because I've never done anything like that before. But had a couple of rough patches, but yeah.
Can I grab your bag?
Yeah, sure. Oh, sure.
Get out.
Yeah, yeah, sure. Sure.
I think we just attack you, and I'll have it over here.
Pete's coming around the back straight and finished third. He has been first here in 15.
Nice for these guys. Just to get them coming.
Back in 2021. He was second in 2022 and he passed the time 15:05. So
Amazing,
he's
yeah,
currently
very strong.
You must be happy though, yeah?
Very, very
in
good. Yeah.
ninth.
Surprised myself.
When we were kids, you were like, oh, I'm going to die.
Yeah, just going to ski.
Yeah, I was worried about
time
it.
again. So this man has three
I
top
don't-
10
All right, did you know
times.
it's
I look back
50 years
it's
young.
annoying when you got a person in love.
Pete with us, everybody. Well done, Pete.
Oh, brother. Oh, I couldn't get you, bugger. I tried really hard. I looked around, saw you like, you know, less than a minute behind. It's fake blood. I was hoping to get some sympathy. It's not worked out very well. James.
Hello.
Absolutely fantastic. Well done, mate.
Thanks. Happy?
Where was that in the gully?
quite tight,
Where did you feel like?
Yeah, you take the big time, wouldn't you?
You know, I was running downhill. There was this kind of
Chalky bit.
rock, and I was like, "Oh, yeah, there it is." And I did like a Superman downhill.
Yeah.
Yes, of course you can.
Yes, you did really well. Well done, mate.
Thanks.
After that,
Yeah, sorry.
Jez is at the trig point and Matt's just coming down. 5 decent times. I reckon Matt's going to miss. Oh, Matt's going to miss 15 hours just. That's what, Pete.
Hey, can you believe you ran 14:48 but didn't on the first
Yes, I can.
I think we're going to go in a minute anyway. Thank you, Nick. No, thank you.
We've got a couple more runners coming in now, but we're going to sign off a bit with our men's podium in here. Daniel, Alan Lawson, do you want to sign us off for some? So it's after this, how have you?
Did it. No. How's he been? Good chat?
Yeah, really. I could talk a lot about the gates.
Yeah.
And
What's his name? Moorcroft. No, he's a swimmer, isn't he? Brendan Foster.
Brendan Foster.
David Coleman.
You're just saying words now. Just names.
Well done.
Well done, bud. Think we signed off.
Yeah.
you ever wondered why you always want more? More Mondays without an alarm. More first tones. More whiffs of the salty sea and the countrified country. More smiles for the camera. More unexpected friends. More laughing at life. More enjoying the journey. And what if the answer was never really what, but where? Gran Canaria. So much to live for. ever wondered why you always want more? More Mondays without an alarm. More first tones. More whiffs of the salty sea and the countrified country. More smiles for the camera. More unexpected friends. More laughing at life. More enjoying the journey. And what if the answer was never really what, but where? Gran Canaria. So much to live for. Have you ever wondered why you always want more? More Mondays without an alarm. More first tones. More whiffs of the salty sea and the countrified country. More smiles for the camera. More unexpected friends. More laughing at life. More enjoying the journey. And what if the answer was never really what, but where? Gran Canaria. So much to live for.
Welcome back to the Gran Canaria World Trail Majors South Downs Way 100. And you've just been watching some absolutely beautiful footage of Kat Simpson running over the South Downs. I get distracted now looking at Kat cruising along there. She's had an absolute blinding race, and it's coming up to just over 19 hours, and we're expecting her on the follow cam with Ross pretty soon, and we'll be following to the finish. But whilst Kat's been out there racing, behind her there's been exciting action in the women's race, and Karen Benway, someone who we expected at the start to be quite near the front, who played a real steady first half, has cruised all the way up into second. Hannah Green has given her a good race though. There's only a couple of minutes between them, and Justine Putnam, who was our early leader for quite a while, has battled on to stay in fourth, and Sophie Bennett's around there as well. I think it's fourth or fifth maybe. I've got confused there. And then we've still got a couple other runners chasing them behind that. So the women's race is still very much on. We've got runners crossing the line all the time. So a quick peek who's coming now. There's Michael, 473. He's had a good race.
Cheers.
And so hopefully we'll have Kat coming up on the follow coming Ross quite soon, and we'll follow her in over the streets of Eastbourne. She hasn't got anyone chasing her quite not too close. We do hear she took an extra lap around the field in Jevington just to make things a bit more interesting for us, knowing when she was going to finish. But you know, you got double camera of us now. You've got me and the webcam. Wave on that one over there. The webcams that are going to be going on through the night. If you have a look at them if you're looking for your runners, I think I was watching them before, and they're like motion sensors. So as your runner's coming past, or maybe it's not even motion sensor, maybe there's someone doing it in real time. So I thought that was technology, but it's people still. We've still got an existence. We're still needed to do these kind of things. But you can watch a lot of the runners, and I think even over during the day, I've seen some of the locals, some D of E students jumping in, someone lifting their dog up to the camera. So it's just good entertainment throughout the course of the day watching those webcams. They're going through the night. So keep an eye on that stuff. We are waiting now, and hopefully Ross will be running with Kat. We've had she's come down from the trig point. So like the final section, I think we saw the footage of Dan earlier running down the Death Gully, which really looks quite tame from having a look at it. I have run down it before, but it's been quite a few years ago. But we're not going to follow Kat through there because we're worried about Ross in the dark. But now we have her. Oh, we've got Kat running on there. Good look at that. We've even got a head torch on Ross, I think, to make sure we can light her up. Hopefully it doesn't, shining it in people's faces. That's not great. But you've still got two wonderful head torches here. And just a quick reminder at this point, the race is sponsored by Petzl. So we do like to see head torches being used at our races. And there are some cracking head torches. I actually let out one of mine earlier because someone was going for a run and he didn't have one. So I lent my Petzl Bindi out so they didn't fall over too often, hopefully. They look like they might fall over anyway. And kind of just that some runners look like they're going to topple every now and again. Sarah's Kat's coming in with a pacer, Sarah Sawyer. They're both running in towards the finish now. So you watch that footage there. They're in the middle of the road, and hopefully it's quite quiet. And they'll be on the pavement in a bit. When they get to the track, they've still got a lap to do. I don't know if is it a full lap? Yeah, it's kind of maybe like 380 meters. This track does feel like it feels like it's at least 600 meters, and especially for the runners coming in after 99.75 miles, it's going to feel like at least 750 meter lap. But it is, in fact, I've been assured 400. I wouldn't want to do my efforts around it. It looks massive, but maybe that's just our perception of it, because people get in there, you're thinking, they're nearly here, 400 meters to go, and then 3 minutes later they're popping around, which is good pace at the end of a 100 miler. But I don't know, I was expecting someone to drop this guy now coming around looks like he's dropping a couple of, this could be a 95, 100 second lap. Like they're moving, but sometimes you just don't seem to get any closer. He's going, his pace has gone across here because she's full. Well, this lap looks too big. She's going to egg them on around and they come right in. Hopefully when Kat comes in, we've got a decent crowd here. And there's people hanging around for the warm food. We might get a bit of a crowd cheering her on. So hopefully that's going to, she's coming. Look, she's moving in well there. Just chatting to her dad, Keith, who was saying she's doing a bit of walking, but you check on there, Keith. She's legging it. She knows the camera's there now, doesn't she? Yeah, that's that magical thing a camera will do. That's one of the reasons we put the live tracking on here, because we wanted people to feel like they had to run the final sections. Kat probably could walk in a bit more if she needed to, all right? But she's going to be safely under 20 hours. She's looking at maybe about 5-10 minutes coming in. So, yeah. That's something fun. I thought someone was cutting the track then. That's the pacer. It's okay. Look at that. Oh, look, he's still going. No, you've done. Good job. He wanted one more lap there, but he wanted the full 400 meters of the track, I reckon. Because you can't do 380 meters of track, can you? Yeah, they've covered it. People here getting that's Gareth. Gareth's you had a good race, Gareth? You enjoy it? Good. I'm glad. Gareth has enjoyed himself. I think he might enjoy it more tomorrow. It's kind of type 2 fun. He's now trying to figure out how his head torch goes off. We're watching Gareth while waiting for Kat. Kat is coming in. She's cruising well. Sarah Sawyer is another one of the runners, done a lot of the Centurion races here and often does a good amount of pacing with the events. They've both raced. Sarah and Kat have both raced our track 100. Sarah's raced that a couple of times and got close to the cut off there, 17 hours, competitive. It's all on a track like this, but it's a competitive standard of 100 mile on the track to try and see some fast times. And we've seen the likes of Alexander Sorokin turn up there. Dan Lawson come and run 12 and a half hours. Alexander was a little bit quicker than that. He did end up, it was extraordinary watching Alexander when he ran the world record there for 100 miles, because given the option at the end, they asked if he wanted to carry on and set a 12-hour world record, and he carried on. At that point, I'd have been straight to bed. It's a bit hard to see the names at this time of night. Looks like it might be an Evan or something. He's done well there. 548. Ewan. Good work. I was trying to say, is it Evan or Ewan? Ewan. Good job, buddy. Enjoy it?
Yes.
Nice. What was your favourite part?
The last 25 were good.
Last 25.
Yeah, when it stopped being flint.
Yeah.
Last 25 were fastest.
And the last 25 of the race fastest. That's good. That's the best way to do it, I think, isn't it?
Good, brilliant.
Especially, I bet there's a few people you were going past that didn't like you.
Warm up. Man.
Yeah.
Cheers, mate.
Oh, we've gone back here. So yeah, we are expecting Kat quite soon. We've got a trickle of runners. They'll be coming in through the night. At this point as well, actually, we have a camper van for the night. It's going to get some shut-eye. We positioned it right on the entrance to the track, so I'll probably be up all night now. There's some polite, like two-finger ripple kind of British applause the whole way through the night. But hopefully, not too many screams as people come in. Screams of delight, of course, but they will be coming in throughout the night. We have our final cut-off is 30 hours. So even at this point, we've still got people spread out over the South Downs. 11 more hours of runners coming in here, and we will be on live again, like for the final section of the day tomorrow, just because that's one of the most emotional parts of the race. It really is quite enjoyable seeing people who've absolutely strived with everything they've got to make that final cut-off. I normally get a little bit emotional, normally because of sleep deprivation as well. That kind of adds into it, but like it is great to see people just striving around, and we have those heartbreaking moments where people don't quite make the cut-off as well around the track. And they're coming in there, and yeah, it's one more rep, and that rep is going to be close. So maybe we'll have some people that kind of hold us on tenter hooks for the last little section tomorrow. But we'll be trying to stream live tomorrow when people are getting closer to the finish line, that final 30-hour cutoff. But at that point as well, there's going to be a good crowd around. Maybe it's a bit warmer, and we'll have some footage in the morning actually from over the night. Steve, our dedicated cameraman extraordinaire, that's probably doing him a disservice calling him a cameraman, but he's going out there and he'll be getting some footage for us during the night whilst we rest, or some people run. I'm hoping I can rest. Yeah, that's all right. Yeah. But Kat's still coming in now. She won't be long now. She'll be coming around into the track, and we'll be excited to see her. The challenge is different as well. It's one of the things to think of when you look at 100 milers. People often think of them in terms of a distance. Dan Lawson's run 100 miles, someone running 29 hours, 40 minutes to run 100 miles. But they're two entirely different races. He's comparing a 40 and a half hour to 29 and a half hour. It's twice the time someone's out there. They're not only tackling a lot of cold during the night, darkness, is much harder to find your footing. They're also getting hit by the sleep deprivation. It's a whole different bunch of stresses that they're having to face. And it's probably equivalent to Dan having to do 150-mile race because he doesn't have to deal with the sleep deprivation in this one. But I mean, Dan, maybe he does a little bit because he was working for 11 hours in a sauna the day beforehand. So maybe Dan felt that a little bit in his body. But that's one of the things we've got to think about is overnight, our runners up on the top of the downs. That tailwind that's been so wonderful for us during the day, it does feel like it's died down a little bit, but it will be just continuously kind of cooling down the runners. And during the day, that was nice. At night time, that might be making some of our runners a bit chillier. Hopefully some of them have got crews or they've got their extra kit with them. A good windproof jacket will do you like a real service at this point because it's not super cold. If you're moving well and you're running, it's going to be quite nice. But even then, you might want a windproof on to stop the cold air kind of wicking all your heat away. But if you put your waterproof on, so say you're only carrying a waterproof, sometimes that can be a little bit too hot. It's a bit of a Goldilocks moment. You want to try and find the right bit of kit. And stuff like arm warmers, they can be quite great, good because you might use them when you're going uphill, and then or use them when you're going downhill, and then roll them down when you're going uphill. So it's kind of having that versatility in your kit to make sure that you can cope well with a night like this. And then if someone does end up slowing down to more of a walk, the energy availability is a bit more of a problem. You can get cold really quickly, and that's one of the things that we worry about. People up on the downs, they're exposed up there. So hopefully we don't have anyone getting too cold up there. But I was getting chilly at the track to go and hide, put some trackies on. Yeah, we'll see. Kat coming in here now. She looks like she's going to be warm still because she's got a good run on. They're not far from the finish now. You probably know better than me. I'm watching the cameras, but let's have a look where they are. Oh, no, they put the tracking screen up for us. Coming into the last mile. So not far from the last mile now. I reckon that might mean they're 9-10 minutes away. So 9-10 more minutes of me chatting away. This is probably the bit that, it's getting more challenging now at this stage. We could bring someone in for an interview. Who could we drag in? James looks like he's pretending to be on the phone. Drew Sheffield. Drew's just to hold on. Gary House, you want to come on to say hello? Tell us about your experience at the South Downs Way. Come on in, Gary. Come on. We've got some time to fill. Come round this way. Gary House has been part of our media team today. He's a lovable chap from North Wales. Gary, how have you found the South Downs Way today?
Oh, it's been lovely, Robbie. Yeah.
How does it compare to your local trails up in North Wales? Is it maybe a bit more rugged here? A bit more kind of extreme in terms of the terrain?
Warmer.
Warmer up north normally.
No, it's a nice warm day. I've had a great day chasing people down the downs.
Which sections did it get to today?
Don't test my geography down here. Most of it was in the first half.
Where did you go first half? What? The first 50 miles?
Yeah, we had good fun at Queen Elizabeth checkpoint.
Was it busy there? Because a few other little races going on there, wasn't there?
Yeah, because the lead pack was pushing quite hard, but then all the crews were quite busy there as well, and it was good to see.
Yeah. And you're going to be out during the night, just kind of seeing everyone coming in?
Yeah, well, I've literally just had an hour's sleep, so I'm fresh and ready to go again.
Got 40 minutes of sleep in it. It was quite nice, and I feel like a new man coming out here to watch the final bit here.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Then you panic and you check your phone. No, Kat's not quite here, so she's got time.
She that extra little bit of Jevington field running was probably added on a little bit of time here, but looking down.
Yeah, and plus I was up with Drew at the last trig point, and he's marked it within an inch of its life. So making your way down through there, although you won't get lost, it's going to be a bit tough in the dark.
Yeah, it definitely changes the challenge. When Dan was coming down, we watched him kind of coming down in the ballerina style. I'm going to chat to him afterwards, work on that for his next challenge. But yeah, going down that in the dark is going to slow down a little bit, isn't it? And see where they're coming in now. Dan's actually got another challenge. We talk about Dan all day, couldn't we? One of the reasons he's been doing the South Downs Way is to build up, to try and break the record for the national Three Peaks. He'll be down your neck of the woods, starting in North Wales, and then running up Snowdon and down from the sea, all the way up to the lakes, up and down Scarfell Pike, and then all the way up to Scotland and up and down the Ben, back to the sea. So he's going to do that at the end of July, or a recovery while going. You reckon you'll get out for that one?
Yeah, I'll get out for the first leg at least.
No, you don't fancy going out to the bend?
Yeah. Well, the Snowden leg, obviously. What's the record now? He's going to go after.
Just under 4 days, I think, or 4.5 days. I think it's the men's record.
Yeah, so I think it's good to be chasing it.
So the prevailing winds are usually going up the country. So he tried it last time in the opposite direction, coming down, and then took the West Highland Way.
He didn't like the West Highland Way.
No, Dan. But that's one of the reasons he got stuck in here, because he's a little bit less efficient normally on the trails. And I say less efficient, right? He's obviously had a cracking run here, but we're just talking about one of the most efficient humans going on the road. And when he comes out of his natural environment of a road loop, he kind of just batters his legs a little bit for some of those big multi-day challenges. Whereas he's built on that. He's seen that as one of his weaknesses, and he's built on that over the last on this year. Looking at the South Downs 100, he did the 50 in the build-up, and he said to me at the end of the race today, like, my quads feel like they're actually. He's got quads as well. I saw him today.
What's he been doing differently then?
He's just been running on trails a little bit. We've had a few continuous hill sessions in there. He does love a continuous hill session where he gets to a bit of effort up and down the hill. And I think he's been doing, one of the things he's been doing is that off gas towel waving stuff in the sauna.
Continuous towel session.
Yeah, so he's been waving towels around. He actually got third in the British champs for towel.
Me and James have witnessed it firsthand. In the sauna. Yeah.
He's working in the sauna at 6 tomorrow.
In the morning.
Yeah. So the nomadic sauna on the beach here, Dan Nelson will be working there in the morning, which is, I mean, my wife's nightmare after a race. I kind of like sleep. I want to sleep in tomorrow, and I haven't run 100 miles. Dan's going to be up
when
working.
you've got the pressure of working in the sauna at 6 a.m, then it's going to...
It gets you moving, doesn't it? I mean, maybe it keeps you warm for those final stages as well. I imagine Kat's probably off to work, a 12-hour shift Sunday night or something. No, just intensive care nurse. So we've got some hard-working people in the world of ultra running.
What have you got on?
Me? Well, I'm back here for the golden half hour at the finish.
Yeah.
And then maybe Monday I've got to do parkrun top 10 on fastrunning.com. And maybe the Irish Roundup on Monday. Catch up on the Criterium Dauphiné and cycling. That's some important stuff there. Try and get some jogging done. Not done any of the running today apart from chasing Kat on the downs at one point.
How much running have you done today?
Well, when Kat ran past us, we ran along with her, interviewing her along the way for about 5 minutes. And then as we finished that 5 minutes, I realised I'd left my jacket back where we met Kat. So I ran back and then back again, and that's the entirety of my running today. And it's been quite tiring, actually. I had to chase Jeff at one point as well when he was giving it beans early doors. That would have been easier later on, wouldn't it? But yeah, he was moving on at a lick still. I was going into Cocking early.
Yeah, was it exciting chasing him doing the live feed?
I don't think it was good for the live feed because I think we ran out of coverage, so it kind of made it look a bit like we'd run into the twilight zone or something. But it's been interesting, the live feed. Hopefully you've enjoyed it. I'm just checking. Oh, look, she's coming around to there's another little kink in the road and then she gets towards the track. We shouldn't be too long now.
She got a pacer with her?
Yeah, Sarah Sawyer's running in with her.
There you go then.
So they'll get around here and then we'll see them come around the track. Have you watched any of the live coverage today, Gary?
I've been too busy, Robbie.
Too busy. Oh,
capturing footage myself.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you are a content creator yourself, aren't you?
Yeah.
Oh, so there's a runner coming. I don't think it's someone without a pacer. So we'll see if they get onto the track and give it some beans around there. But we'll have to be careful what kind of sayings. Give it some beans. Do you think that translates well to an international audience? How would that?
Yeah, I think it's universal.
Yeah, everyone eats beans, right? It doesn't have to be baked beans and Heinz beans. It could be, I don't know, mung beans. Yeah, give it some mung beans round the course. Some chickpeas. Chuck some chickpeas. Who we got coming in now? We got another runner coming in now.
It's not Cat.
Not Cat yet, no. But these guys they're moving well.
Still some good time, isn't there? Below
Still getting runners under 20 hours, yeah. So it's been a solid race for a lot of people. Some really happy people coming into the results. I mean, Davide from Italy came in and he was absolutely delighted running the track. We have, I think this could be Kat, our leader, coming now. Yes, we can see her coming in. I'll put my phone away. Should we try and egg her on to catch that person ahead now? I think that would be her worst nightmare. Oh, James will take over us now. Here we go.
Right, second place here, proving last year. 2024 goes one better.
Listen to James now, can't we? You going to commit to it, James? Come on. So there you go. Twice second here, including last year. And Kat decided that enough was enough. She's going to come back and win now that it's part of the World Trail Majors. She's waiting until it was on the big stage. She didn't want to win it before the world knew about the South Downs Way 100. She's come around that final lap here. She's got the pacer with her. I feel like she's reeling in the woman ahead of her there. She's no stranger to a track, is Kat Simpson. She's done a fair few track races, 24 hours and 100 miles. So at this stage now, she's probably just cruising around thinking, at least I haven't got to run another 400 laps of this track. And most of this enjoyable race has been on track. Yeah. So she's come around now. Oh, got Gary in there. Look, he's slinked away. He's just kind of slinked away. Come on, Gary. Look, we had you in there.
The limelight is there, ready for Kat.
Okay, all right. We'll let you off now.
You need to wind down a bit now, Rob.
I'm just getting like pumped up. James is going to get the microphone again here just to interrupt.
Yes.
Come on, James. Commit.
I just want to eulogise about Kat. So, but who's this coming in first? Is that two runners or a pacer?
He's coming in. Under 19.5 hours.
Well done, Jacob. Home play.
See his club vest.
Well done, mate. Congratulations. Closely followed by Centurion team runner extraordinaire Catherine Simpson. Thank you so much. Who at third time of asking goes one better than in a brilliantly executed. Thanks to Kylie.
An emotional finish there. The pacers can play a really heavy part in the race. He's very grateful to have had some company for that last bit there. Never again. Never again. Come, you're on the live coverage, Kat. Are you sure?
Well done, mate. Well done. You're right. It's a bit painful, one.
Painful. Yeah. Give it the road.
All right. How are you?
Thank you.
You look so happy to be here.
Fair to say, not every second is luck.
No, what about Devil's Dykes?
Oh, God.
So sick. I'm dreaded.
Were you actually sick?
Yeah, sort of self-inflicted.
Okay.
Yes,
We've got a plan here. If I can take it back, I'll do your kit check over there without. Then we can give you the training. Yeah, that'd be okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Give a shit lamp.
That is part of my kit.
Do you need anything immediately, or are you right?
No.
So what you want up?
Cup of tea?
Yeah,
we can do that.
Cup of tea. So true British fashion. Kat is off for a cup of tea. And a giant coat. Is that a dry robe? Is that a dry? Just a giant fur coat. There with her dad. We've been crewing her today. He only forgot the gels at one point. I think they've made up, so that's all right. My brother's here volunteering, so it's a family affair, Centurion running. As they go off for a cup of tea, we might. I'm just talking to the live coverage. All right, you keep doing you, Kat. At that point, I think we should sign off until the morning. We'll have some back in at 9 in the morning if people want to watch us again, and we'll have the final finishes. But thank you very much for watching today. And if you want to see some action during the night, there will be something on our Instagram live. But for now, we're going to sign off for the evening for the live coverage here. Cheerio.
Have you ever wondered why you always want more? More Mondays without an alarm. More first tones. More whiffs of the salty sea and the countrified country. More smiles for the camera. More unexpected friends. More laughing at life. More enjoying the journey. And what if the answer was never really what, but where? Gran Canaria. So much to live for. Have you ever wondered why you always want more? More Mondays without an alarm. More first tones. More whiffs of the salty sea and the countrified country. More smiles for the camera. More unexpected friends. More laughing at life. More enjoying the journey. And what if the answer was never really what, but where? Gran Canaria. So much to live for. Have you ever wondered why you always want more? More Mondays without an alarm. More first tones. More whiffs of the salty sea and the countrified country. More smiles for the camera. More unexpected friends. More laughing at life. More enjoying the journey. And what if the answer was never really what, but where? Gran Canaria. So much to live for.
Bye.